I'm gonna let the intros rock since this is the last episode. Probably. Gotta watch them again. We gotta. Man. This is so good. Man, this is so sick. I forgot how good this was. Now we wait for the other one. I'm looking forward to this. All right, let's go. Time to go to space. Well, I think it's time to talk to all my friends first, and then go to space.
of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Well, that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
What do you have to say?
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye.
Yeah?
She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted.
Sunglasses playthrough.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams. A world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it. Can't sleep?
I love these character moments
After
so much.
everything we just heard? How could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
she was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do.
I know, these are nice
She
moments.
didn't
The
think of us
sunglasses
as
would just be
friends.
terrible.
I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Finwell.
Good old Rinwell. Alright, and now we talk to Law.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off. I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
She was always
You?
acting fishy, but you never
You're
expect
the one
something that
always
big.
looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alvin.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Oh, Jesus, Law.
I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our
Jeez,
strength
Law.
to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Can I go to space now? Oh, I gotta go talk to Shion. Yeah, it makes sense that I'd have to talk to her too. This is also good.
Hey, you doing all right?
I love this game.
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadeye, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two. And before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people.
This is nice.
Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too.
Yeah.
To think
Let's go
of me
have
as
sex
their
on the
friend.
spaceship.
Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Gotta talk to my main guy here first. That's a big shield. The best I can craft right now. We're gonna do orange gels and lemon gels. Oh, I don't have any life bottles. Ugh. DLC? There hasn't been any plot-related DLC. It's all costumes, if you can believe it. I don't think so. All costumes. Oh damn, this one's cool. Of course. Of course. Of course. Yes, that all makes sense. Oh, I like this one. Oh, that's oh, is that the lady from Street Fighter? The Russian lady from Street Fighter? Whoop. Yes, yes, that also makes sense. Yes. This all fits. Oh my lord. I like this one, actually. That looks very Japanese. Alphins. Well, they're both Bandai, aren't they? Oh no, I know what this is. It's Code Vein. Never mind. Oh, that's pretty fancy. Well, yes, there you go, Claudio. That one's for you. This one might also be for you. Oh. I like the samurai armor. Yeah, 'cause she's Nina. She's got a Nina from Tekken costume. I knew that. We gotta make him hot too. Oh man. Oh, that's cool. I also quite like this one. I bet, yes. The teacher one gets me good. I love that. I quite like her samurai armor, though. This one's pretty good, too. Kind of like, well, look at him. Look at the man. Motherfucker's got some washboard abs. You can't have a slutty bikini costume without at least making one of the men have, like, a fucking Speedo. And it certainly wasn't Alphen or Law. Anyway. The DLCs that I did get, that were the free ones, were a lot of foods, the added extra difficulties, plus 5 level ups, which I think I did use earlier, armors and stuff. I think they were these armors. Anyway. To space. The Rinwell ones were unnecessarily sexual too.
Well,
I understand it with
that's the moment of
Kisara,
truth.
because of course, but like,
This lady better hold
I don't know.
together once
I
we're
don't know about
out.
Rinwells.
Law,
Maybe
don't
you shouldn't
say
have done that.
You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like,
Thalmite.
huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like that.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but, well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right.
I'm not sure. We're going to space. It seemed pretty final, so we might not be able to come back. I don't know. Law is a lot of fun, and I do like playing as him. I'm not a big fan of his glass cannon type gameplay, though. I feel like whenever I play Law, I just get the shit kicked out of
I
me.
can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective.
That, and I feel like with these
Kinda makes
games, the main
differences
characters
between
get the most
Renans
put
and
into
the
them.
Ganons feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
Like, it's easier to do crazy
Better
shit with
way to
Alphen
use our
because
time than
it's
nothing.
Alphen, you know?
We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there.
I'm sure it
Think
will.
you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you. Hey, Alvin, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's gone wrong?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Poor Law. He's actually just the Yuffie of the game, isn't he? A little dumb. Doesn't like flying. He just doesn't steal a bunch.
Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
Yeah, this is very Final
No,
Fantasy IV.
I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got into this straight after escaping? Would that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes.
Yeah, it all fits very nicely together.
But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Dahnans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Good video games.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim.
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Okay.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts. What was life on Lennox
Ugh,
like back
I
then?
don't know why I'm yawning so
Before you
much,
came
man.
to
I don't
Dana.
even feel that tired.
Let's just say I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day
That's
in
something
and
that I'm
day
curious
out,
about, too.
Every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A
Is this
blight
just
on
a
any
naturally
attached,
occurring calamity?
helplessly
Can anyone
complicit in
get
their
these?
pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then
Did
they
someone
did.
give them to her for
I
a
started
purpose?
To have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend.
I yawned a
Sure,
couple of times. I
survived,
don't really feel
with the
tired.
knowledge
I don't
that
know
one day
why.
I'd be swallowed up by oblivion.
I'm definitely
That's when
finishing it
hit
today.
me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice
No, I have no
myself
idea.
to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Why
make
her
you
thorns
relive
are the way they are.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
it. You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of the struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever
You-
changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars.
You guys
can do
forget,
this.
though.
Together.
You guys forget, though, now that since the mask is off of him, he can feel pain again. So he's still just using that sword like, whatever. Like an absolute fucking Chad.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there. They didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure
Of course.
is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, Family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield
Still gotta use this sword. It hurts like a
Those
bitch, but eh.
lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Stop being so
Are you?
Keep being stupid, Law.
He is! Law's blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I'd assume so.
Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected
Still don't know what
to
she's
Renis
all
Alma
about.
being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
I'd wager that the thorns are probably
We're about
connected to
land.
her somehow,
The
too.
descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
We're about due for another big anime cutscene. I can't imagine there won't be one sometime in the near future. There haven't been a whole lot. Oh, I think I was right. Holy shit. Oh, nope, never mind.
There's no one
Not that
here.
the 3D models don't
I
look
wasn't
good, but
expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we
It's
don't
not that
have to
common
fight
still.
anybody while we're here.
ha! Wishful thinking.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
It is. I like the
There is
idea,
an
but I
area of
still
the
don't think it's
city
super
that is
common.
accessible only to the sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
As far as I can think, this and FF4 are really the only ones.
I don't know. Hence my desire
14
to
now,
find
too,
out.
I guess.
Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Damn, this is Purdy. Alright. Onward. Can I get a cool space sword or something? It's not really a moon so much as it's just another planet. A bunch of people from this other planet were the ones that enslaved Alfred and his people, remember? Why does the place look like it got fucking blown up?
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live.
Moon
These are
Knight.
their homes, right?
I know you're here,
The
Dracula,
citizens
you big
themselves
fucking
didn't have much
nerd.
say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I have
Oh?
no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
final town before final dungeon, perhaps.
So who's
Talking
Faria?
about Dohalim's ex-girlfriend, perhaps?
Law?
Kill her.
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danins among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak... out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
Well, as Lenegis done for, the residential quarter is falling apart. Where's that dang sovereign when you need him? Can't he see the city's in trouble? Let's not jump to conclusions now. I'm sure there's a reason he hasn't appeared yet. Let's simply give it time. Huh? Where am I? I just went out for a walk, but now I don't know where I am. I don't know. Everything's falling apart and looks completely different. I can't get a hold of Mother and Father either. You have nothing to fear, kids. I'm sure there's a reason for everything that's going on. But even the Zeugles are out running loose. That seems dangerous. Zeugles are nothing more than our servants. They may have gotten out, but I assure you I'll have them back under control before long. If you kids consider yourselves to be proud Renans, then be brave. We'll have the situation fixed before you know it. In all my years, I've never seen such potent healing arts. Thank you so much for taking the time to help an old woman like me. Fancy parfait recipe! Thanks, Grandma.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
What do you have to say?
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
Zoo will suddenly stop listening to our commands as soon as we turned our backs. They bolted for the horizon. Nothing like this has ever happened before. We have to put the crown contest on hold. We can't carry on while things are like this.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
Like how he just doesn't
Of
answer
course.
anyone's questions.
Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
That's the funniest part to me, like... like... My lord, what are you doing here? Last I heard you were in the crown contest. Yes, that's weird, isn't it? Anyway...
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the locals have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did
One
we
sec
do
after
to
this cutscene.
deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First, Lenegis mutates beyond
At least he explained a little bit.
Now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to this city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said Zoogle would stop listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
Yeah, why have we
The
not mentioned
Sovereign,
this so
of
far?
course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
Who's the Sovereign, though?
Though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign
Is there even a
also
Sovereign?
the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
Volron?
3
I thought he was
centuries
dead.
ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing.
Oh
we
yeah, I
have in common.
forgot.
We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that two
Is he
sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this
Hang on, I'm
strange
getting a phone
activity
call.
here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
Yes, I also thought we killed Volround. Anyway, Dohalim was like a former lord, or he was the lord of one of the areas that was competing in the contest, but he didn't treat his slaves as slaves. He wanted them to be actual people, and started getting the energy that way because he didn't believe in like the hierarchy. And then that's whenever that person that was under him, that was more evil, was giving those people that fruit that like turned them into a puddle and sucked all their astral energy out that way, under his, behind his back.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, their sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
I don't care that much. You want to know which lord I support? Why, are you canvassing for someone? Well, I'm with His Excellency Elwosli Telidis. You probably know him better as Lord Balsif. I know a lot of people consider him to be a giant brute. Believe me, I realize he can be an aggressive man. What those people don't realize is how much he looks after the members of his house. It's fair to say that House Telidis doesn't enjoy much esteem. Those of us who serve it will be the first to admit that. But His Excellency always stands up against any who would mean us harm. Of that we can be sure. His efforts in the crown contests aren't only for his family, but to improve the standing of each and every member of his house. I owe so much to His Excellency, I could never dream of serving any other lord.
Balsif had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
God, there are so many of these.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alphen and Law all of a sudden? I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
That's amazing. I don't know, maybe. Lord Dohalim, you've returned. And I see you brought aides with you. Do you remember who I am, my lord? Surely you must, yes? Not only do I support House Ilkaris, but I'm more specifically his lordship personally. So much so, I've been trying to share my appreciation of his lordship to any who will listen. In fact, I was planning to publish my extensive writings on the subject to this very terminal for all to read and enjoy. But since the lines appear to be cut due to the recent tumult, I've been unable to upload them. I know, since you're all here, I'll just read them aloud. There exists a most handsome man, a man who radiates beauty, whose every word, every syllable is divine poetry. He hails from the famed House Ilkaris, and his name, Lord Dohalim. Music is his passion, the arts his great love. The scores of boorish, uncouth men of the land cannot begin to compare to his magnificence. So refined and majestic is his posture, why the mere thought of it brings me to ecstasy. Once he becomes our sovereign, Rena shall bloom anew, ushering an era of prosperity for our grand civilization. Until that glorious day comes, I shall forever be praying for his victory, morning, noon, and night. Well, what did you think, my lord? I poured my heart and soul into it, hoping to capture your essence. Wait, I forgot to mention anything about his lordship's loves for collecting things. I must take this time while the lines are down to append it. Only then will my masterpiece be complete.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them, too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
I love this game. Well, I never. Oh, hold on. Getting another phone call. everybody calling me while I'm streaming, jeez. Well, I never, to think anyone would tear me away from House Valkyris. What do you mean? What do you want? Don't tell me you work for Lord Dohalim or that dreadful Lord Almadria, do you? You don't? Well, don't scare me like that. To answer your question, I come from a family that has served House Valkyris for generations. Indeed, I'm doing all that I can to support Lord Ganabelt behind the scenes so that he might emerge victorious. Many think him to be a cruel man, but I insist they are utterly mistaken. Though I won't deny he can be strict, he puts Rena's interests front and center like no one else. Why, he advocates that rather than stay confined to Lenegis, we should get on with colonizing Dana and expand our horizons. That way we will become masters of both worlds and overturn our current minority status on Dana's surface. That is why he seeks to become our next sovereign. Tell me, is there greater, more noble ambition than that? I think not. It is the pursuit of power for the advancement of all of our kind. That is what makes him an exemplary lord, a model above all others. Though I was unable to accompany him myself, my 2 sons have been blessed with the honor of joining him on the surface. As their father, it fills me with endless pride.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Seems I've thoroughly explored this area.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
This area falls under the sole jurisdiction of House Kynaris. I must ask that you depart at once. Surely you don't claim to be ignorant of our famed house, ruled over by the esteemed Lord Almadria. If so, I urge you to listen well, in fact. I bid you listen carefully regardless. Have you ever noticed how in the history of Lenegis only a few women lords have emerged to compete in the crown contest? Many have theories as to why this might be, but Lord Almadria quashed the doubts of any naysayers through sheer might. In fact, not only did she usurp her father and previous family master, she also removed her older brother to claim the seat for herself. She is a woman who stops at nothing to get what she wants, who gives her enemies nary the slightest opening to strike. Truly, Lord Almadria is a woman of talent. No one in all Rena better exemplifies the virtues of our nation's mediocrity. Soon, the age of a glorious woman's sovereign reigning over Lenegis shall be upon us at last. She did.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ooh, I see something shiny over there.
Ridiculous.
How loathsome. Oh, I was just reading about Volran.
Okay.
Can I help you? I was always an ardent supporter of Lord Uwagil Hildress myself. Were it not for his sudden death down on the surface, I likely would still be. In my eyes, Lord Uwagil is the true Water Lord. I don't believe for a second he perished in some accident like they say. As for how Volran runs Ganeth Harros, don't get me started. I hear he enslaves not only Danans, but even his fellow Renans. We may live in a society where to the victor go the spoils, but his actions go against what we as a people stand for. Besides, just what sort of family line is this house in Ignisiri of his anyway? I never heard of it until he came along, which means they must be among the lowest dregs of society. That such an indomitable lineage could suddenly produce an astral artist capable of ascending to lordship is unheard of. None of it makes any sense, not to mention of all the upheaval around here of late. What is happening to our people?
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volran either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Harros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, We Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you, because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Dahnan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Good game is good. Oh, I got money for that? Sweet. Sheep meat. I guess we're gonna go this way. This is not the right way.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right?
Yeah, you
In which
can,
case,
but it specifically
the
wouldn't let me
current
talk to
sovereign
people as
Rena should be
Alphen.
whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard,
There we go.
yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelegion, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Yeah, I can swap to any of them. Just like you could in Vesperia. But only Dohalim and Kisara, or Dohalim and Shion can talk to people up here. That I never really cared about that much.
Doe?
Never really thought about it.
Faria.
Oh, there's that girl.
Arya? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Oh.
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing
Well,
you
all
will
right
bring
then.
you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else.
Well, all right then.
A coward!
Oh, hello. Oh. That's the woman. That's the red woman.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Well, all right then. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really given it much thought about who the character running around was. Doesn't really, But yeah, that was the red woman that showed up whenever we killed all the lords and stole the big master core. So she's who we're looking for. She was back that way. Oh, there's a shop at an inn over there.
This might go well in that new recipe.
Tofu.
Can't wait to see what you make.
You're the one making it.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed.
Oh, no.
Despite Faria's lower class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
I think I like...
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
I think I like Shion more than Estelle. She's a bit more of a complex character than Estelle was.
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
Yuri
I didn't
definitely over
realize how
Alphen.
difficult it is just to be there for someone.
sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
I like it when characters have more depth to them other than just, you know, being the good guy that's the good guy, you know?
Alphen,
Rita.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
Law. Alphen's my favorite character to play, but I don't think he's my favorite character in the game. I'm starting to quite like Dohalim a lot now too. But I as characters, I think I definitely like.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
I think I like both Rinwell and Kisara at the moment more than I like Alphen. Dohalim also more than Raven. Do my eyes deceive me, or has my shop been blessed with Lord Dohalim and his servants? Is there anything I can help you with, my lord? Can I have a space sword? I do not have nearly enough money or equipment stuff to make the space sword. Good Jesus, that's just a cannon. That is actually just a cannon. Oh, that's a tough one. Judith or Kisara? Judith was probably one of my favorite characters in Vesperia too. That's a that's a toughie. I'm gonna say I can't afford the cannon. I don't have the materials for the cannon. I need more money and I need more materials to craft the cannon. I'm gonna say I like Judith more than Kisara. Hootle is the best character in the game, so he wins. Sorry. His name is Hootle. He wins. Really have anything to sell right now, but I will take a nap. Goodness, I never expected to be graced by Lord Dohalim and his companions. If there's anything I can do for you all, please, by all means. God, I do not. Oh, Eastern rice, I can make that. Heal HP after battle, yes, please. Cooking effect duration plus 20%,
This
yes.
looks perfect. Guaranteed to hit the spot.
Blonde Yuri. I also quite like Patty a whole lot. She was a pretty interesting character. All these games do characters so well. I can't say that I dislike any of them in any of the games. That's probably my favorite part about these games, is that the characters are just, they're so good. All of them. That's one thing that this game has that some other RPGs can be quite hit or miss with. Don't get me wrong, the combat is also quite good, but the characters and getting me to care about the plot and stuff is all real good.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh! I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menastia. I command you.
Threats to the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
This one's mine. Crossblade! This one's mine.
Too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
I'll heal you all.
In a bind?
Here I come. No escape. I'm not this one's all mine. An Astral coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Here I come. Ha! Ignite. I owe you one.
Hurricane
Take it. Be still. You're mine.
confiscated.
Thanks.
Hurricane
You're mine.
going in.
Here I come.
Raging storm.
Lightning drop.
Everyone, get back. It's too dangerous.
Darling. In an instant. Impact block. My turn.
I'll do it.
Pieces!
Take it. Light spear.
I need to pull myself together.
This one's all mine. My God. Burn.
It's time. Glacial spear.
Take it.
Freeze lancer.
Soaring light spear.
Can't this go?
I'm not done. We're not finished.
This one's mine.
Here I come.
Dance in the wind.
Here I come. Be still. Move out.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
Light astral energy. Spread.
Move out.
Astral energy.
Say no more. No, you
Here
can't.
goes. Illuminate the dark. Going in. By the power of water.
Take this.
Do it. Land.
Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
God, the combat.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else. Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron. I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone
I
doesn't
assume
want
so.
us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
What the fuck is that thing?
No choice. I'm not done.
Spear.
Swallow blade.
Smash you!
Hit. Freeze
The
laser.
flame inside me yearns to be let free.
These ones can run rings around
Be
our blade.
still. Eat dirt.
This one's mine.
Take this.
I don't think that hit.
You're mine. Swallow blade.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me!
It's over.
Glacial spear.
Here I come.
Evil. Not in your
Rocks
dreams.
in pain.
It's over.
Glacial laser.
Can't get out of this.
Water.
Here I
Hit.
come. Swallow blade. Be still. I'm not done. Mirage. Be still.
I never miss.
Slash!
I'll heal you all!
Take this! No
Make
escape!
it rain!
Jolene!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Citizen!
My turn! Strike! Swallow blade! Dazzle! Take it!
Anything in armor is all mine!
It's over!
Denied!
Caught now through all!
Here I come!
Back into the fray! I'll heal you
Flaming
all!
thrust! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Healing circle!
Flaming
Going in!
thrust!
Appreciate the help!
You're mine! I'm not done! You're mine! Strike! Slash!
In
Be
here!
still! Soaring light spear!
Stockpile!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! My turn!
Radiant
I'm not
Blast!
done! Splash! Be still! Eat dirt!
Lightning!
Take it!
Lightning orb! Photon blast!
Dazzle! Soaring light spear!
Blah, blah, blah.
It's over!
Holy land! Annihilation!
Armor won't save you! Look sharp!
Take this! I'm not done! Swallow blade! Lightning thrust!
I'm ready!
Make it rain!
Kisara! Frozen!
Hammer!
Wind after
I'm
wind!
not done! Mirage! Dazzle!
Photon blast!
No escape!
This one's mine!
It's on!
Now! Jolene! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Combat.
I feel sprightlier than before.
Hi, Hoodle!
Leave the charges to me!
Take this!
Woo.
Not today!
By the Royal Flower!
Swallow
As
blade!
if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting
It's
enough.
over! Be still!
Tiger Blade! Holy Land! Hear my call! Not in your dreams!
No escape!
Now you see what I can do!
Spread!
Take this! Swallow blade! This one keeps charging up!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Guys, I'll leave it to you!
This one's mine!
Lightning thrust! Flame inside me yearns to be let free! Swallow blade!
Aw, too shiny for me!
Ignite!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Water! Hear my
You're
call!
mine! No escape!
Look sharp!
Flash! Swallow blade! You're mine! You're on! You're finished!
Look sharp!
You're mine!
Be
still!
Going in!
Shattering God! Pieces!
This one's mine!
Going in! Armor won't save you!
Hurricane Strike!
This one's mine!
Try harder! My turn! Swallow blade! Dazzle! This one's all mine!
To dark!
Flash!
I'm ready to go!
You're mine! I'm not done! Mirage!
Need to pull
Burn in
myself
hell!
Flash!
Swallow take this! Here I come!
I'll heal you all!
I'm not done! Flaming
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
You're mine!
Let me help!
No escape! Swallow blade! You're
This
finished!
one's mine!
Take this!
Take this! I'll take you all on! Ha!
You gotta push buttons.
Take this!
Be
still! No escape! Mirage! You're finished! You're mine! Try hard, not a chance! Here I come!
Oh, my turn, fucker.
Lightning thrust! Mirage! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! This one's all mine!
More where that came from! Lightning Attack! Thunder Blade! Illumination! Magic Kazam!
Burn!
Gemini Holy Land!
Now or never!
Searing Flame!
You're finished!
Damn it! Out of
Take this!
First aid!
Strike! Slash! Be still!
Lightning or raging cascade!
Mirage!
Feel! By the power of saving this one!
Strike!
Nothing gets by
Try
me.
harder!
Mega ray!
Not a chance!
On guard.
I'm not done!
Take this.
Slash!
Can't swirl!
Be still! I'm not done! Mirage!
Hurricane
It's
Sword.
over!
This one's mine.
Need to pull myself together.
I'm only getting started.
Flaming thrust!
Denied.
Strike!
Need to pull myself
Here
together.
I come! I'm not done! Swallow blade!
Time to shine.
Dynamite!
Water, hear my brain.
You'll pay for that!
Just what the doctor ordered!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Resuscitation!
No escape!
Will this help?
Swallow blade!
It's the healing circle!
Sleep now.
Burn in hell!
This thing sucks.
No escape! Swallow blade! I'm not done!
Come forth! Holy
Mirage! Be still!
Annihilation!
Take this!
Flame of fury!
Strike!
Burning
Be still! Strike!
Look sharp. Where are you going?
It's over!
Thunder field!
Here I come!
Hurricane strike!
Flaming
Look
thrust!
sharp.
Annihilation! Mirage!
Into the
Dazzle!
Look sharp.
Illuminate the dark!
You're mine!
Come forth!
No escape!
Holy
Swallow
Lord!
blade! Try this!
No more playing nice!
Infernal turret!
I'll heal you all!
Take this!
Raging cascade!
Be still! Try harder!
In here!
Not a chance! I'm not done!
More for the stop!
Mirage! Any more of this and I'll burn out!
I can get it!
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire.
Lightning!
Take
Downfall!
this!
Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Wow. Fuck that thing.
Gotta break through!
Bring him down.
Not on my... Watch.
I can carve through on the ground! Here I come!
Astral energy! Flame of anger!
You think that shield will save you?
I see what it is! You picked the wrong fight!
Going in.
Engage! Strike! Swallow blade! Be still! No escape!
Mega ray!
Mirage! It's over! Prepare to be seen! Can't get out of this! This one's mine! Slot! Engage! Dazzle! I'm not done!
Seal! Go!
Mirage! Fire in the hole!
By the lightning of water! Thunder blade!
You're mine!
Look sharp.
Strike!
Illuminate
Slash!
the radiant field!
It's on!
I will heal you all!
Strike! Engage! Slash!
Healing circle!
I can carve through armor! I owe you one! Here I come! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Not a chance! Flaming thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Illuminate the dark!
No escape!
This one's mine.
Ah! Burn!
Mega ray!
You're
This
mine!
one's mine.
I will heal you all!
Do it.
Astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
A comfortable...
Ah. Ooh, a shortcake.
I won't
forgive you!
Here I come! Now you'll learn!
Far enough!
Now we're not... Light after illuminate! How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly?
Stay still! I'm not done!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
This one's
You'll soon see about that!
I'm not done! Dazzle! Here I come! I'm not done! Mirage!
Their arms were interrupted.
Burn in hell!
How about this?
Swallow blade!
Now!
You did it!
I'm gone.
There!
You're mine!
Take this!
Swallow blade! Dazzle! I'm not done! Dazzle! It's over! Take this! I'm not done! Flaming shattering the pieces!
Attack time.
Take this!
Nothing gets by me. Shion,
Go for it!
prepare to crumble.
It's on!
Look sharp.
Eat this!
Glacier shield.
Here comes illuminate
Make your
the
trade.
Come
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
I
Whoo-wee!
felt better, that's for sure.
Game is fun. That's a lot of people.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
I'll do my best.
Here I come!
Prepare to be killed!
Swallow blade!
Time to cross blade!
Denied.
Lunar corruption!
This one's mine.
Swallow blade!
Another
Flaming
blade.
thrust! No escape!
Thunder field!
Mirage!
This one needs me armor is all mine.
Corruption!
Here I come!
By the power I'll be saving this one!
Flash!
Another illuminate the dark! Come forward!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
I'm not done!
Look sharp.
Mirage! You're mine!
Switch corruption.
This should do it! No escape! No escape!
This one's mine.
Swallow blade!
Mine!
You're finished! You're mine! Swallow blade! Slash! Flaming thrust! I'm not done! Mirage! Be still! Mirage!
Illuminate the dark!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! You're mine!
Take this. Denied.
Here I come!
Switch corruption.
Take it! You won't escape!
Flaming meteor.
Try harder! This one's all mine! Swallow blade! Dazzle! Here I come! Mirage! Be still!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher.
Here I come! Ha! Not today! You're
How
mine!
about this?
No escape! Swallow blade! Dazzle!
This one's mine.
It's over!
Armor won't save you. Here goes.
Take this!
Flaming meteor.
Take this!
Going in.
I never miss. Oh, not done. Be still.
Take this!
On guard.
Going in. On guard. Escape!
Sealed.
I let my guard down.
I don't even know the
pay
word
for that.
defeat.
Infernal Torrent! Struck! Swallow Blade! Sword Rain Alpha! Can't move!
Whoops. I went a little bit too ham there.
Back into the fray. I have to train harder. It's time to finish this. Die! Consuming wildfire. Here. Let me help. First aid. Oh, violent guardian wins. Here, guardian fail. Now, a new lease on life.
Take this! I'm not done!
First aid.
Be still!
Magic is there.
No escape! Mirage!
This one's mine.
See what I can do!
Will this
The
help?
flame inside me yearns to be let free! You picked the wrong fight!
Healing strike.
Here I come!
Leave the sword in the water. Healing hell. Appreciate the help. Hear me. Make it rain. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Jesus, those mantises are fucking tough.
I can become even stronger.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shiny unit?
This won't be easy.
Here I come!
Don't be such a pessimist.
It's over! You're mine! Here I come! Here I come!
Glacial Spear, that'll bring you down. Lightning Orb! This one's mine.
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
You can't get out
of this! I owe you one.
Now you see what I can do!
Wind Astral Energy!
Strike!
Radiant Light!
Flash! Swallow Blade!
Damn it! Element Meteor!
Take this! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Mega Ray! Annihilation! Lightning!
Take this!
Dance in the wind!
Strike!
Hurricane
Swallow
Strike!
Blade!
Radiant
I'm not done!
This one's mine! First aid!
Take this!
Going in!
Strike!
Denied!
Be still! Strike! Flaming thrust! You're finished!
Do it!
Take this!
Dohalim!
All yours, Kisara! Now!
This one's mine!
Be still! I'm not done!
Going in!
Dazzle!
Piercing
This
Roll!
one's all mine!
Thunder Shield!
Strike!
Mega Ray!
Be still! Burn in hell!
Perfect move!
Take this!
This one's mine!
Strike! Slash! Swallow
Use
Blade!
a healing art! Look sharp! First aid!
You're mine! I'm not done! Here I come! I'm not done!
Air thrust!
Take this!
Lunar thrust! Hurricane strike!
I'm not done!
I can carve through armor!
Shield! I'm not done!
Lightning
Be
meteor!
still!
Through all!
Can't get out of this!
Blade! Dance in the wind!
Any more of this and I'll burn out! Take this! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! You're mine! I'm not done!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer!
You're mine!
Holy lance!
Swallow Blade!
Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Glacial
Now!
Spear! Pierce evil!
I'm not done!
Sleep Cloud!
Mirage!
Freeze Lancer!
Flaming thrust! Mirage! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet and...
Whew.
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
Quick, get into combat!
I won't forgive you.
I can carve through armor.
In here.
So much for talking it out.
You got spirit. This one's mine.
Here I go.
More corruption. More with that.
Be still.
Back to the fray.
Soaring light spear. Not today. Fall back. You're mine. Release denied. Done.
Radiant sleep now.
Fall back.
I'll heal you
I'm
all
not
way.
done. Swallow blade. Dazzle. Here I come. I'm not done.
Together. Feel this help? Lord,
Take
you
it.
go higher. Not in your dreams.
It's
Here,
over.
meteor.
Take this.
Just wait.
Take this.
Thanks so much.
Lightning thrust. Strike. Mirage. Lightning thrust. Your armor won't save you. Strike. Swallow blade. Be still. One more. Kisara. Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone.
Glacier Spear. Here's Evo.
No escape.
This one's
Mirage.
mine. Freeze
Dazzle.
Blaster.
You're finished. Locked and loaded. Dazzle.
Here's a healing arm.
Hurricane
Strike.
First
Aid.
Go.
Plenty left.
This was all mine. Eat dirt.
Glacier
Here I
ready.
come.
Hurricane
Strike.
Strike. Champion Swirl. On guard.
Take it. I'm not done.
Radiant
Swallow
Blast.
blade. Lightning
Now.
thrust. Kisara. Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone. Now. You're mine. No escape. Be still.
This one's mine.
Take this. I'm not done. You're mine.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished. Not
All right.
power growing.
I can't believe I made that. Sick. God, there's so many.
Hi, Hoodle.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Going in.
Dazzle.
Arch Seal.
Take this.
Armor won't save you. Then you leave me no choice.
Fall back.
Excellent. Blah, blah,
Here I
blah.
come. No escape. Be still. You're mine. Squash. I'm not done. Mirage. Lightning thrust.
In here.
You're finished. You're mine.
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
You picked the wrong fighter. You're mine. I'm not done. Swallow blade.
Far enough.
Fire support. Flush.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Astral energy.
Say no more. Now, here I come.
This one's mine.
Be still. I'm not
Flaming
done.
meteor!
Soaring
Make it
light
rain!
spear.
Kisara. Frozen.
Hammer!
My turn. Struck. What the? Take this.
Raging Cascade.
Strike. We're not finished. Swallow blade. Lightning thrust. Burn.
Glacial
Take
fire!
this. Here I come. Slash. Try this. Inferno turret. You're finished.
Will this
Your armor won't save you. Like steel. No escape. Slash. Swallow blade. Be still. I'm not done.
Hear my call! On guard!
Here I come.
I never miss.
Swallow blade. Lightning thrust. No escape.
Shion!
You're finished.
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
Not
Raging
yet.
Cascade. Downfall.
Strike.
Sleep
Mirage. Dazzle.
I'll be saving this one.
Whew.
I easier than before.
Some of these fights are a little bit difficult. Oh my god. He's got $20,000 sitting in a chest right there.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Well, it's a good thing he can do that whenever he wants to.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
What is happening?
Alphen.
You again.
Oh, hello.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
Yes.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
He was also
Because you
taken
are.
from Dana, too.
It's true we come
some
from
reason.
different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe
The
they're
mask
not
blocked
like
his
me.
memory.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell
He
just
was the
happened?
Sovereign 300 years
That
ago.
vision.
He was in that ship
Did
in
everyone
cryo
else
for a
see it
while.
too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired.
The characters in this are so good.
Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Well, there's a boss fight up here. I can tell that because there's a Restory thingy. I wonder... Well, it's too late now, actually, but... I was gonna say, I wonder if I can go back, but... And that thing doesn't come back, so once I use it, I use it. So I guess we're going. No more extra items. We got what we got. Let's go. The music here is great. And you are?
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
Uh-oh.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Oh, she's got the Renaissance. The fuck is that thing?
A summoning?
But that's preposterous.
Nice.
She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
I am getting another phone call.
What?
Give me one moment, and then we will do this boss. Well, they got to where they were going. They're camping tonight. Alright. What items do I have? I think we'll be okay with this.
I've never known Thalia to control noodles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handled the Zugals, then we kept some answers.
Go for the weak point!
Eat dirt! Here I come!
Here's a healing
No
art!
escape!
Raging air!
Dazzle!
Denied! I got you!
Here's another
I'm not
control!
done! Strike! Forward blade!
Electral energy!
Take this!
Hurricane strike!
Mirage!
Going in!
Oh, violent darting
This
wind!
one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you.
Tiger Blade!
You're mine.
Here's a healing blade that's gone! First aid!
It's over.
Holy glimpse! Holy land! I'm ready!
Take this.
Burning strike! Here, my hurricane strike!
Here, let me help.
First aid! Shining supernova!
Lightning thrust.
Raging cascade!
Look sharp.
Seal! Lore for the stockpile! Annihilation!
Here I come. This one's all mine.
This one's
Lightning
mine.
thrust. Soaring
Raging cascade! Spread! Dance in the wind!
Not today.
One more!
I'm ready.
Struck.
Lore for the stockpile!
Portal blade.
Undoll.
Smash you.
Curveball! Gemini!
I'm not done. Strike.
Look sharp.
Dazzle.
Here's a healing arm!
You could use a
I'll be
hand.
saving
You're
this
mine.
one!
Swallow blade. Be still. No escape.
Far enough.
I'm not
Here's a
done.
healing arm! Holy land! First
I appreciate the help.
You're mine. Strike.
Going in.
Lightning to death!
Here I come. Struck. Mirage.
Radiant
You're
Blast!
finished.
I'm out of
Take it.
ammo. Look sharp.
Struck. You're finished. Take
One
this.
healing orb!
Swallow blade.
Illuminate the dark! Come here! Holy glimmer! Back to the fray!
Struck.
Holy land!
Mirage.
Pull myself together.
Eat this.
This one's mine. Take this.
Tormented limbs, this thing is called. That's a little gross.
That'll bring you down. Tiger Blade. Glacier Field. Look sharp.
Evil!
One more.
Lightning Blade! Raging cascade!
Going in.
Take this.
Their arms were interrupted.
Lightning to
Far
death!
through armor. Time to shine.
Take this.
Illuminate the dark!
Portal
Come
blade.
forth! Holy flame! Dance in the wind! Annihilate! Hurricane! I'll be bathing this
Take
one!
this.
Let me help!
No escape. Lightning thrust. Here I come.
I'm ready to go. I let my guard down.
Stay away from my friend.
First aid!
I owe you one.
I'll bring you back from
Sword
the
blade out.
resuscitation!
Here, let me help.
I'm not done. The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Thunder field! Hurricane
Take this.
Photon flash! Dance in the wind!
Swallow blade. Try
Annihilation!
this.
Photon
Infernal
flash!
ruin.
Burning
There.
Flip the mark!
Take this.
Shining supernova!
Struck.
It's weakened!
This ends now.
You could use a hand.
In here! The fury! I'll be saving
Going
this
in.
one! Here's the evil!
Make it rain.
Small. Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
Hurricane Astral energy!
Swallow blade. Dazzle.
How about this? Healing circle! Lightning orb!
Struck.
Lightning is time of fury!
Dazzle.
Thunder blade!
Going in.
It's about to
Uh-oh.
strike!
Look sharp, everyone. Try harder.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
Time to let it rip. Take this. Struck. Be still.
Glacial
Here I
Field.
come.
Here's the eagle. Going in.
Mirage. You may be strong, but I'll never. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Swallow blade.
I already ate, but I got Subway for dinner. They have a new menu now, if you didn't know, where they have like they're not pre-made sandwiches, but they're like different sandwiches that are like I said, I don't want to say pre-made, but the ingredients are like set, you know, like ooh, Ringwell is dead. Like instead of just saying, hey, I want the meatball, and then saying what you want on the meatball, you can say now, hey, I want the number 6, which is like the one that I got today, which was like a meatball sub, but it also had pepperoni and extra cheese on it. It's fucking delicious. I guess the way I can say that is they have new sandwich recipes, I guess. Even though that makes about less sense.
Not today! And more of this about burn out. Swallow blade! Strike!
I've still got some fight left in me.
I'm not done! Mirage! This one's strike!
Illuminate the dark!
Sword blade out!
Tiger blade! First aid!
Ow.
Sword blade out!
I never miss! Raging cascade! Hurricane fire!
You'll pay for that!
Boy, this thing fucking doesn't like Kasara.
I'll bring you back from death.
Swallow blade!
Now you see what I can do.
Resuscitation! Here goes! Heal you all!
Strike!
Photon
Lightning
blast!
thrust!
Lightning condense! Healing circle! Thundercloud!
Flaming meteor!
Water! Hear my lightning strike!
You're mine!
Going in!
No escape!
One more! Lunar blast! All stuffed up!
Here I come!
Illuminate the dark!
Look at me!
Holy
Swallow
quiver!
blade! This one's all mine!
Holy land! Here's a healing
Here's
arc.
your mine!
First aid!
Swallow blade!
This
Be
one's
still!
mine! Radiant here!
Take this!
Illuminate the
Ignite!
You made me angry. That was a bad
You're mine!
idea.
Strike!
Hurricane! Going in! Illuminate the shadow!
Strike! Swallow blade!
This one's mine.
Back into the fray!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Will this hurricane thunder field?
mine!
Going in! I'm almost in test!
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get
I don't feel so hot.
We should sit this one out.
Here's a
I
healing
miss all the fun. No way.
First aid! Tiger! Just what the doctor ordered. Recover! Light after dance in the wind!
You're mine!
To
Swallow
pieces!
blade!
I'll be saving
Swallow
this
blade!
one! Healing
Flaming
circle!
thrust!
Lightning
Can't
condense!
move!
Don't give...
Ow, what killed me?
Here goes! Eruption! By the power of water! Holy land!
Oh god.
I'll bring you back from death to this! Just what the doctor ordered! I can handle it! This one's mine! Flawless flight!
Take this! Blow it down!
Glacial! I'll heal you all! Raging!
Ow.
Healing circle!
Look sharp.
Heal force! Ready to go! Switch
mine!
Illuminate the dark!
This one's
Hear my
mine.
call! Holy land!
Denied.
Glacial spear!
This one's mine.
I'll smash you! You're finished! Flame inside me! Can't move!
Don't leave me!
Holy fuck, buddy.
There!
Dance in the wind! Resuscitate field! Here's a healing arc! Here's a aid! More with that!
This thing fucking sucks.
Radiant light! Radiant sword! Illuminate the dark! Out of ammo! First aid! Holy land! I'm gone!
Flame inside me! Yours
I'm
to
all
be
stuffed
let
up.
free! Not today!
Knock it over, knock it over, knock it over.
Annihilation! I'm ready to go! Flame of fury! Illuminate the dark! Holy
Now you see what I can do.
Smack it, Law.
This one's mine! Flaming meteor! Healing circle!
I dodged.
Ready. Resuscitation. Radiant. Do it. Dohalim.
Light burst forth.
Radiant citizen.
Yikes. Oh, really? Wow. Too many of them and not enough people going to it. Fast food seemed like it was pretty profitable during COVID.
Faria, can you hear me? Faria.
But with delivery and stuff still going on for most of them.
Preparing another summoning.
The arts she's
I don't really
casting
want to
is
deal
way
with
too
that.
powerful
Nope.
to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Punch her in the gut.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case,
I'll take her off your hands.
you? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzalik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that.
Damn.
Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion,
Huh?
thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
I need more healing.
Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell
Well,
us
it's
one
clearly
thing at
whoever the
least.
Sovereign is.
Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
I'm assuming that whoever the Sovereign is the one sending the Red Woman around to do whatever the Red Woman is doing. Is my thoughts at the moment. To what ends, I'm not real sure. I don't think any, oh, did none of these things respawn? Oh, thank God. Oh, they did. Fuck. Can I fast travel? I can. Sweet.
We've reached our destination.
Damn, I am a wealthy man right now. Space sword. Oh, I can't buy the big cannon. I don't have enough for the full party stuff either, and getting more getting more items. So I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna do Shion's. That's new, so I won't sell that. hope that that's good enough.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Guess we'll do that one. Alright. 5-minute break for the bathroom. I'll be right back. Not paying attention to your Fortnite, Ace. Hopefully I can just run from most of the things here. Ignore me. Ignore me. Ignore me. I don't know if I'm gonna get around these guys. Ignore me. Ooh. Beautiful. That worked out better than I could have ever hoped. Wow. Nothing hiding over here, huh? Okay. All right.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like...
Huh.
It's alive.
What is happening? Oh, the thorns. Oh shit. Comes from the maidens then? What is happening?
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... Like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion.
It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
Wait a minute.
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally.
So wait a minute. Dark astral energy is pooled up enough somewhere, somehow, that it's the thorns? I'm also curious if this same astral energy could give way to a being itself. Like, I'm wondering if the Red Woman, maybe even Volron, were like brought forth from it. Like I'm assuming the thorns are.
We begin to understand what the thorns are.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
That's my going theory.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell
It might
us
even be controlling the current sovereign.
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand
Ghosts.
theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait.
Ghosts.
He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
It decided it didn't want me to run there.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have
Point of no
to
return?
face anything. Whatever happens.
Oh.
I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Point of no return! This seems like it could be final dungeon-y.
You guys,
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
Glad I went back and bought items.
This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
I think I can make this work.
Yes, the power of technology from my eyeballs.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These
Magic
are experiment
computers.
records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Danan.
Oh.
Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Yes, please elaborate.
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
Do it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait. I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation NA. Given name,
Volron.
But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well.
Let's have a look-see.
The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Let's have a look-see. The Sovereign. Sovereign acts as Lenegis' central control device for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2030 and an ID crest. Identity subject serves as the base of its creation. In theory, ideal candidates possess equal affinity for every astral element. However, such aptitude is statistically rare to uncover within real-world conditions. As a result, most subjects die during the adjustment period, and stability is not guaranteed for those who survive it. This instability, coupled with the Sovereign's powers of astral manipulation, pose a high risk to the security of Lenegis if left unchecked. As such, stabilization measures must be put into place via the support mechanism when utilizing the Sovereign in the spirit channeling ceremony. Addendum 1. No effective alternative methods to perform the ceremony have been found. Trials on Denon subjects are authorized to continue. Addendum 2. Unit 2 adjustments are a success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. The Maiden acts as the sovereign support mechanism for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Renan subject serves its functions, providing the sovereign with the subliminal dark astral it lacks in tandem with the Renis Alma. During the ceremony, it is partly responsible for astral energy conversion, as well as maintaining stability over the sovereign's own powers. Additionally, the degree of intimacy between it and the sovereign has been observed to positively impact the level of stability in both subjects. Because of this, trial activations of the sovereign without the maiden present are expressly forbidden. Furthermore, neither the sovereign nor the maiden are to be informed about the details of the spirit channeling plan. Addendum 1. Mental instability in the maiden has been deemed the cause of the past sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. Addendum 2. In line with the plan adjustments, the current subject will have its maiden registration revoked and be returned to its original household. God, there's so much! Master cores are instruments of power containing the astral energy that belong to one of the 6 elements. 5 of these master cores, those with earth, fire, water, wind, and light, are loaned to Renan lords at the time of the crown contest. Only the dark master core is maintained inside the Forbidden Zone until the Renis Alma is ready to be reformed, its existence kept top secret. Underneath the master core's spherical outer layer is a force field of crystal used for the purpose of astral energy containment and stabilization. Inside the force field, astral energy is stored in a dormant state. For the duration of their tenure, each lord competes in the crown contest to amass their allotted type of astral energy. In the event of an emergency, each lord may be allowed to withdraw from their respective stock of astral energy as necessary. However, the extent allowed is determined based on their own individual strength. Addendum 1. Design flaws have been discovered in how the Renis Alma materializes. Be advised that the active master cores may resonate with the other master cores located in close proximity and become unstable. Addendum 2. Due to successful regeneration of the Renis Alma, master cores will cease to be deployed and the crown contest will be permanently halted. They're trying to reform the Renis Alma? Perhaps? Spirit cores are end terminals used for the collection of astral energy. When embedded in a biological subject, it establishes connections throughout its body. These connections are used to amass astral energy generated from physical activity, which is then emitted from the host body itself. Because this emitted energy is prone to diffuse, the host must be placed within a range of a spirit vessel for the energy to be collected. This means that the Dahnans must be employed to the harvest of astral energy for the purpose of the crown contest. Given the difficulty in producing them, it's advised that the spirit cores be retrieved from a host bodies and reused upon their death. Spirit cores can also be embedded in Zeugles to control them via astral arts. Addendum. Increased physical load on the host body tends to produce increased astral energy emissions. Final confirmation of ideal workload to impose on host bodies without inducing death for maximum astral energy yields is still pending. Okay. Each crown contest, 5 of the best qualified members of the Renan populace are chosen to act as lords, vying to serve as the next sovereign. During their tenure, they are granted level 3 authority as well as one of the 5 elemental realms to administer, and its corresponding master core. They are also assigned an ID crest indicating their designated element. The selection process is based on astral artistry and physical and mental aptitude. Other variables such as age have no bearing whatsoever. Because only the strongest go on to become lords, the position itself does not inherently make an individual any stronger. It should be noted, however, that lords are not the only individuals capable of drawing out a master core's power. All Renans must take part in the selection process, and acceptance of the position is mandatory. It is not allowed for those deemed suitable to decline. Furthermore, in the event that an acting lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position, a replacement must be quickly prepared. Lord Dump. The following is a report on the second successful case of sovereign test subject experimentation. Test subject, given name Volron, generation in NA. Although the subject possesses high latent potential, it exhibits significant mental instability along with a strong distaste for following orders. Yeah, that sounds like him. As such, the risk it poses surpass even those of the last successful subject, itself a failure, and therefore is under consideration for disposal. Addendum. This is the first successful case in 300 years. Previously mentioned risk factors are now mitigated due to established control protocols. Subject is to be evaluated under the assumption that Plan 2 will proceed and will be dispatched to Dana under the guise of serving as a lord. Okay. Oh, there's... Okay, that'll give my voice a break.
In over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then no. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Ooh, another one.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority. Grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Okay. Next info dump. Lenegis is a large-scale astral energy converter that primarily converts the elemental composition of Dana's astral energy and transmits it to Rena. Activation and control of astral energy conversion is achieved by placing the Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma within the central core of Lenegis. It is comprised of classified and essential personnel residence zones around a large conduit, along with a defensive layer surrounding them. This outer layer is deployed upon activation, unlocking the central conduit while simultaneously functioning as a stabilization mechanism. Due to its design, deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to the residential zones. However, because that only takes place during the final stage of the spirit channeling ceremony, no contingency plan to address said damage is needed. Until that phase, Lenegis serves as the central base of operations for the management and execution of the crown contest on Dana. Warning, any personnel with level 3 authority or lower is strictly forbidden from the classified zones. Any violators will be immediately executed. The Detachable Harvester is a massive spirit vessel placed on Dana for the spirit channeling ceremony. It serves as the tip of the Lenegis' conduit, from which it separates upon landing in Danan waters and extends two sets of conducting pathways. The vertical pathways connect to the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways proceed to envelop the entire surface of Dana. Once activated, it links to the biological spirit vessels placed in each realm, efficiently harvesting the planet's actual astral energy en masse. The accumulated energy is then transmitted to Rena via Lenegus. Because construction and adjustment take place in the Forbidden Zone's regulator area, Lenegus's outer layer must be deployed prior to launch. Intended to function semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel are expected to manually interface with it when necessary. No other personnel is required for it to function. Addendum 1. Detachable Harvester 1 was lost on Dana after exploding due to the rampancy exhibited by the Sovereign. Detachable Harvester's 2 landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. This is due to the explosion of the previous model, which altered the planetary topography, enabling easier connection to the center of Dana. So this whole place is just a big satellite? That's kind of nutty. Sedative mask. A device covering the wearer's whole face that restricts their mental activity. It was developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as a means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. However, doing so is not recommended, as prolonged use of the device carries the risk of inducing a number of adverse side effects. Addendum. Due to the loss of production facilities incurred from the partial destruction of Lenegus, additional devices will no longer be manufactured. So that's what I had on. After receiving reports of robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm, a study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. This system is unique in that it elevates the only lord as supreme authority while relegating both Renans and Danans alike to enslavement. Test subject 10105 serves as the realm's current lord, and has achieved this without the use of any special powers, drugs, or special devices. Rather, it has done so by sheer governance. Given this method's effectiveness of population control, monitoring the situation will continue. Addendum 1. Collapse of cognitive facilities via extreme mental repression rooted in violence and fear has proven to be key to this style of rule. Once a subject loses its autonomy, they become desensitized to fear and subsequently cease to prioritize even their own personal safety. Though such a state is ill-suited for commanding officers, it remains an effective way to cultivate disposable infantry and slaves for manual labor. Addendum 2. Soldiers in Lenegus who have undergone this treatment will be asked to secure classified sectors as a trial. The results will be monitored. God damn. Okay, I think that's everything. I ran out of my food buff while I was reading. Oh god, there's more. You see lots of numbers. Looks like logs of alignment between subjects and Lenegus proper. I think this was my room. The room is unchanged over 3 centuries. It's like time itself has stopped here. Life bottles! Okay. I need a drink. Holy shit. Oh. More plot sparkles. There's my new mask.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
Good on her.
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
So my
His
theory is
injuries are worse
debunked.
than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
This is getting good.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
All right. Oh, thank God. Another one of those would be good. More healing items, please. There's a damn thing in this room. Healing items. Alright. Behind the weird red flash door. Ugh.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony.
This place is gross.
This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori? What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Yeah, there's a lot of lore here.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening.
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first.
Well, that's a problem.
With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost.
Not the malevolent third party.
Was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden. To buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted. And for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well.
That makes a lot of sense.
Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait!
She's Shion's ancestor. The thorns coming from her, and her power as the maiden.
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danan voice speaking through
Alphen's
her?
300 years old, at least. Survived in the ship's cryosleep. Oh, all right.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now.
Is that a new sword, too?
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us
Damn,
to
that's a nice
neutralize the dark
sword.
astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
Math checks out to me.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Grinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we?
Look at that handsome devil.
To stop. Thank you, Naori.
We be looking damn fine.
So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
Is the reason for your curse.
the thorns.
The wedding
It
clothes.
relates back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like.
Oh God.
Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared.
Been watching
of getting
cutscenes so
my
long,
hopes
the
up.
Xbox decided to fall
What
asleep.
if it doesn't work out in the end? And
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
I like that sword a whole lot.
you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Well, I haven't checked skill panels in a while. Sodil Arthles. Gam Arthles. Les Verkrish.
I don't know when it happened, but we sure are hauling a lot of stuff these days.
I was just thinking the exact same thing. Glad to hear I'm not the only one.
We should probably clear some stuff out. Like our old weapons we're not using anymore. They must be in pretty bad shape by now.
No way. Those are still good as new with a little polishing. If anything, I'd say all our armor is what's weighing us down.
But that armor's also still good once you fix it up. Besides, better to have too much armor than too little. You can trust me on that one.
Well, what about all these dumb old antiques we're lugging around? If we sell those off, that should lighten our load.
Simpletons such as yourself who can't appreciate the true worth of such things is how precious art vanishes from history.
Pretty art's not gonna save you in a fight, man.
Stop it, you guys! This is no time to...
All I really meant to say is, you can tell how much we've been through by everything we're carrying around. Honestly, that's all.
Oh.
My deepest apologies. It appears that I may have rather overreacted.
Yeah, I guess it's only natural we'd have so many souvenirs by now. I might have been out of line too.
I guess all this stuff really is a sign of how far we've come together.
Yeah, every little piece is its own treasure, filled with memories.
I'm sure that this happens after you collected so many items, and that's why Rinwell also got that item thing. Oh man, new menu art too. God damn. Ooh. Well, fuck that sword that I just spent a whole bunch of money on. Fuck. I like this a whole lot. It fits him. Oh, it styled her hair even too? Wow. Alright, fair enough. The pedestal where the Renaissance almost sat 300 years ago. Now it gives off no trace of its power. Yeah, I'm not going to change it. I'm not going to change anyone's stuff. I was just looking to see what all I could change, really. Let me check the map. Oh, that's the next area. Okay. Anything else in here? Don't want to skip out on nothing. And there's another thingy here.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
I gotta do it. 1 second. For Ace. For later. Ah, yes. Perfect. It's amazing. Yes. I like that it'll let me do weapon skins too, in case I like the look of one. It matches the white clothes. Alright, let's go. I like this look for Alphen. I think it looks good. Very much the, very much the Cecil Paladin moment.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
I hope.
After everything we've been through
Final
to
boss
get
time?
here, they damn well better be.
Final boss time?
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This
Didn't
is
work.
it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Guess it did. Oh yes, the red wall, the red flesh wall turned into a sickly green one. Oh. Well, yeah. I don't know why I would need that. There haven't been any fights since I got here, but alright.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks
Okay.
completely different.
Yeah,
I'll catch you up after this cutscene.
Actually, this place, it reminds me more of being back.
Shion got a
inside
new
the
outfit
ledge.
too.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Poor Law. Anyway, so what you missed was, we got into the Forbidden Zone, deep into the, deep parts, and we found out that, number one, the Sovereign is not decided by the Crown Contest. What they do with the people that win the Crown Contest is unknown, but it seems like they ship them back off to the homeworld and then never let them leave. The Sovereign are the experiments that they have been running with people like Alphen and Naori, the Sovereign and the Maiden, who were created through experiments to be a check to one another's big power and the power of the Renis Alma. To what end, we don't really know, just that those people have all the power. Really. And that whoever wins the Crown Contest doesn't actually matter. In the time that I was gone, they've been running these experiments for 300 years. The only other person that has ever successfully become the Sovereign through these experiments has been Volron. Volron was given the title of Lord and sent to Rena because he was deemed a failure in that regard to being the Sovereign. Shion's thorns were an attempt to... During the last ceremony that Alphen did, okay, he lost control of his powers somehow. The experiment, whenever they started doing the big ceremony, was unsuccessful, and it caused his power to go out of control. Naori absorbed all of that power with intent to distribute it to the Renis Alma. But the Renis Alma was gone, so she kept it inside herself. And that's what the thorns are. They're the power that made Alphen lose control, locked inside her via her maiden powers. And that's apparently passed on through her descendants up to Shion. And it seems the way that we can get rid of it is by defeating the Red Woman and restoring... And, Volron is essentially like evil Alphen at this point. That guy that was dressed in all black and had the katana, that was crazy. And so we can use the Renis Alma to rid Shion of her thorns, and we're probably going to have to kill the Red Woman to do that. And there's a boss fight just up ahead. What I'm assuming is the Red Woman and probably the end of the game. No, we still don't know exactly who she is. If she's working for someone or if she's the mastermind, but I'm assuming she's here. They made it seem like she was here.
He really was still alive.
Oh, Volron's just still alive. Never
And
mind.
there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though.
Yeah, big expedition.
Something
Though.
doesn't seem right here.
Place. Oh, once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself. Reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be?
I wonder if the woman in red is another
This
maiden.
chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the maiden?
Oh.
Looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
I don't know what's going to happen whenever you
That's
do it,
what
to be
caused
honest.
Lenegis' transformation. And the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
That's a possibility.
For what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy.
Oh, and Naori left Alphen's clothes and
That
Shion's
said,
clothes
We should
that they're
retrieve
wearing
the
now.
Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
Behind as the outfits of the former sovereign that Alphen wore, and the outfit that she wore,
Not the time law.
that Naori wore
Red woman.
during
So we finally found you.
the last
I
ceremony.
have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
Look, she is here.
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Oh, is there like several of her? What is happening? What the fuck?
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Makes sense to me. I guess? I have no idea what is happening right now. 3 red
They're
women.
not feeling particularly
All right.
talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Oh god.
Here I go. You're alive. Ground and pound by the power of water. Lightning orb. More with that tiger blade. Stars of light. Rain down. Take far enough.
Here I come.
Piercing roar. Hear my call.
Escape. The flame inside me.
Evil.
Swallow blade.
Ah!
Looking good.
Run! Oh god.
I'll bring you back from that. Let me at him.
Oh, in here!
Do they all? Okay, they all share HP. Okay, I was a little bit worried there for a second that they didn't. Gonna be like, oh fuck. Gotta take like 200,000 HP. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ.
Here I come.
This one's mine. Guardian field. All right. I'll heal you all. This one's mine. There are three. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolitor.
I was gonna say this is like the Cecil development. Oh god. Sweet Jesus.
You're finished.
Here goes.
Strike.
Uh-oh. Ah! Holy fuck. Shion, health would be good. Thank you. Ah. That was going crazy. So let's go after this one. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Oh, I shouldn't have did that. Roll. Roll. Oh my god. Wow. There's a lot of things happening right now. Thank you. Ow. I can barely tell what's happening right now.
Here's a healing arc. Look sharp. Far enough.
Roll out of the way. Everybody get out of the way. Kisara's fucking dead.
Stay away from my friend.
In a bind, bring you back from death to death.
Swallow blade. It's on.
I have to train harder.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Going in.
Ignite. Here I come. I'm not done. Sword Rain Alpha. Blending blast.
How about this? Hurricane Thrust! This one's lightning condemned! Where are you going? Thunderbolt!
You're mine.
Illuminate the dark! Come forward! Want to help? Blaze Rush! Harder!
Roll away.
Going in! One more! Tiger Blade! Hurricane Blast!
Swallow blade.
On guard!
Sword Rain Alpha.
Rough in pain.
Oh, sparkling stars! Piercing rain down and purify all! On guard!
Ignite.
If I can hit all three of them. Oh!
I'm nearly done for.
Wow, 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 wow. Ow. Ouchie, ouch.
Bring you back from death's abyss! Oh, sparkling stars! I can't heal you forever!
There you are.
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
I'm not done.
Now you see what I can do.
Lightning thrust.
Back from death's abyss!
Take this. I'm not done.
Can't get out of this.
I'll bring you back from death's
Be
abyss!
still. I'm not done.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Primed and ready!
Fuck.
I never miss! Raging Cascade! Here's a... Healing Arc! Pile.
There. Take
Here's the evil. Hurricane. Here's the healing.
Yikes!
You're mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Going in.
Strike!
One more. Lunar
Swallow
corruption.
blade!
Take shot. Hurricane. Burning.
Run! 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 Roll!
The earth
Lunar corruption.
No further!
You're mine!
Armor won't save you!
Time to die.
I'm not done! Swallow blade!
Illuminate the dark.
Going in!
Dazzle!
That's it. Holy land.
It's over!
Take
Here I
hurricane. I'll heal you all. Oh, too shy to come over. Here, let me help. Look shot.
Eat dirt!
Take this.
There's so much happening right now!
Look shot! Far enough!
Here I come! I'm not done! Swallow blade!
I never miss. Ready. Hurricane.
You're mine!
Going in.
Anything in armor is all mine! Going in!
Try harder! My turn!
Wow!
Swallow blade! Burn! I'm not done! Sword rain out! Try harder!
Time to roll! Whoa!
Not like this!
You're mine! You paid for that! Slash!
I'll bring you back
Lightning
to
thrust!
this.
Take this!
Thunder
escape!
Armor won't save you!
More where that came from.
I have to train harder!
Blue escape! Swallow blade! Sword rain alpha! Try this!
Here I go. One more.
You're mine!
Mega ray. Hurricane power of
House place.
Will this help? Load up the door. Make some healing circle.
No further!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
You're mine!
Look shot!
Bring you down.
Swallow blade!
I'll heal you all. In here. Healing circle.
Ignite!
That's it. We got
Swallow blade!
Look shot!
Yeah, the HP bar seems to be shared, which is good.
Healing circle.
Uh-oh.
I'll be saving this
You're
one.
mine!
Ah, Kisara! Yeah, just stand there. That's good. Oh god, they're gonna do it again.
Here I come! Take this!
You require help.
Armor won't save you!
Take this!
Look shot!
Swallow blade! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Hit them all!
Here I come! Blue escape! Swallow blade! Be still! Strike! Swallow blade! Be still! You're mine! Dazzle! Blue escape! You're You're mine!
Going in!
Swallow blade!
This! Attack time!
Slash! Swallow blade! Slash! Sword rain alpha! Try this! Rending flash!
It's time! Far enough!
Try harder! My turn!
Here goes!
Swallow blade! Burn!
On guard! Here, let me help!
Slash!
Armor won't save you!
You're
Look
finished!
shot!
Here I come!
Take this!
Almost there.
My friend!
Roll away. Kill it.
Oh, violent darting wind. Carve now.
Whew. That was all a lot.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy.
What is happening?
Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve.
What is happening? Oh god. They exploded.
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
My arm hurts.
You had me worried there.
So what about this guy, huh? We're gonna have to fight him too? Didn't I kill you once already, motherfucker?
Damn it.
You wanna die again?
He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
I'll do it again, bitch.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what
Shoot him. Shoot
you
him.
really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Shoot him in the face.
Because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alvin? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you?
This is the trigger.
If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
Don't think so, Skippy.
A red woman.
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Oh, fuck.
can't stay here.
We need to go. Alfred!
Don't make me use another healer jump. Dohalim sucks. Make the jump. That motherfucker looks crazy.
Go. But no, I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Well, I'm assuming there's our final boss, ladies and gentlemen.
I am the one who devours everything, who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Unless he just burned to death, in which case that's probably not our final boss, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
I doubt it.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect.
How much of this game is left?
Those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a
Oh, we're going to
master
Rena
that's
now,
holed
huh?
up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed.
We're going to space
Back to the
again!
Starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Voron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
With those eyeballs?
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renaissance too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Okay. Do we have to walk the whole way back? Oh, there's new art now too. And it looks super sick. That's my favorite one by a lot. It looks so good. Can't fast travel. Alright, fine. Guess we're walking back, boys. So it seems this was not the final dungeon then, hmm? Didn't see that one coming. I thought we were really close to the end, but I guess we're not? I can't imagine. There's going to Rena must be the last part. What else could they possibly do after that? I don't want to fight things. Ugh. Can I run?
I've got a really bad feeling about this. Bring him down! Here's evil! Radiant Star! Freeze Lancer! Rise and fall back!
Let me leave, please.
Give up, do they?
Now you'll learn.
I don't want to fight right now. I have no magic. That's not the right way. Where am I going? Let me go around you, please. Thank you.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two. Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
Well, that's easier said than done, Law.
By letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Such a nice guy, that Dohalim.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul. How could I not be, after the second chance that I was granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Okay, I should probably do these.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole
This is
time,
getting good,
too.
guys.
You, a Renan Lord. How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
I think you've been doing a fine job, boy.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
So many.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
I could make both of those if I only had the money. But I definitely need healing more. It's so hard to come by money in this damn game.
Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy.
Oh. Can't afford any of those. Alright. Back to our spaceship, I suppose. Can I fast travel now again? No. There's a quest there called The End of the Road, so I'm assuming that we're about to end the game now, actually. Not that I'm sure it'll be that quick, but... seems like we're about to get there. Running, running, running. All right.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this? The Red Woman and the Renaissalma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Oh, hello. Oh, all right. That wasn't creepy at all.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
What the fuck? Oh, they're resuming the suck.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
A flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
Well, that was...
The starship,
Things are just going from bad to worse.
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Things are starting to get a little bit out of hand here.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more remnants here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Where exactly are we? Come on. Did we land somewhere, I take it?
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people. Does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Ringwell.
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to to resist with you looking all jittery like that.
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Damn kids. Where the fuck are we?
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only
That's
ever
putting
seen
it lightly.
Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Oh my god, there's
That
so many
beam of light
cutscenes.
joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
What is happening?
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
Plot dump.
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegis. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
Makes sense to me.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean...
This is wild.
You're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
This shit is wild. Wait a minute.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrecht 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Okay.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
All right.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Fazel with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Come again?
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology
Yeah, it does.
is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Well, given that we're about to go talk to a third person, I'm going to go ahead and say probably not.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
This is all wild.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Dohelium's gonna be
Let's go
pissed.
find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit
That's all
worries
nice,
me
Rinwell.
too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Heverick 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I'm most interested to hear what he has to say. Oh, there's more things.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Heverick 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Heverick 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shionne. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator, so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why.
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
And I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live, and I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
All right. I suppose we'd better go talk to the big guy. Oh, there's Kisara. I forgot she was still around.
Oh,
Whoops.
It's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, To be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is... well... I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning. But I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
Kisara earlier. About all that stuff, like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Man, all of this is really good.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and
Watch these
Maiden
last
were
few cutscenes
originally
here, and then I'm gonna
beautiful
call it a
for
night.
Lenegis,
Like, holy hell.
What about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, If we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine. I'm sure of it.
Right.
Right, well. I'm gonna save the game here. And I'm gonna call it a night. We're gonna try and finish this game tomorrow. I don't know how. I don't know how much is left. There was like 3 points when I was laying tonight. I was like, okay, this has to be the end of the game. And then it just kept going. Not that I'm not having a good time and that I don't like it, because it's really good. And I've been enjoying my time with this game immensely since I got it. But, like, oh my god. They keep pushing the goalposts farther down the line, and I'm like, Alright. So. For real and for true. Tomorrow will probably be the last episode, or the last stream of this. I hope it is. I don't want to keep... I'm playing this for 43 hours. Surely it's got to be over soon. So, I'm going to call it there. And come back tomorrow for what I'm going to, once again, assume is going to be the final episode. Take care, guys.